Hello. Hi, hi. How you doing? Hi, Pinky. Hi, Dab. Hi, Brian. Using Running from Evil as your opening song is incredible for information. Absolute mad lad. Wow. I mean, I love the song, to be honest. How was there a hyphen added when I put an exclamation mark? Hyphen? What's a hyphen? Hyphen. Sorry about the fart noises. Actually, I'm not sorry about the fart noises. Punctuation mark used to link words and function together. Oh, wait, hyphen is just dash? Not too sure. Why is there a hyphen going on? Thunderstorm. Alright, it is now thunderstorm. It's very sunny right now. It's very hot. How's going? Going well. Slept well. Slept like a baby. I slept like a kobold. Oh, I love thunder, but just because it's so dangerous last night, so I had to stop. But we continue. We continue from where we left off last night. All right. Day. It's just screen edit one. I don't think I've seen one there. It's not from. You're not referring your Chinese typing just now, right? I mean, usually exclamation mark in Chinese form takes up a lot of space than usual, but I don't see a hyphen there. It's one of the more meme-ish Doom songs. Some play first time of Doom 2, which preferred game for modding due to new monsters and weapons. Oh, I mean, I wanted to play this. Just now, I wanted to play this so bad. This one. I wanted to play this one so bad, but it's like, maybe not. You know, I'll play it louder. This is the my house what version. This is the second loop, by the way. The loop 1 is fine. Loop 2 is something feels wrong. Then loop 3 is like organ pipe thing. I don't know, it's okay. Chinese is weird anyway. Oh my god, it's so jank. Now that I listen to it, it's so jank, I love it. God, Soma is so adorable though. I always enjoy lurking over there. Like, you would think that I'm comfy, I'm not. Soma is even more comfy. Because it's usually indicative of like a relatively low effort map. Oh, so they're trying to be deceptive with the music, the deception, the illusion level 100. I haven't played Skyrim in a long time. I still kind of want to play it, but maybe not anymore. I mean. Oh shit, since I played for almost 300 hours. Okay, you know what? Yeah. I was addicted. Fair to say I played for 297 hours in total. I don't know how. Oh no. Oh no. Oh, this one is kinda hype. Why is it the key off? Oh my god, now I understand the pain. Because back then when I listened to this one the first time, I didn't even, and that sounds normal to me. And then now I know the original song, and I listen to this one again. It's so jank. It hurts my brain. It's so good. Oh my god. It's so subtle. Why pain? Because it's the subtle change, and then the guitar riff, the subtle change of the guitar riff change is like isn't the key part of why it's so memorable. You know what? True. It's so slightly, yeah, it's so slightly, like I said, subtle. Like first timer like me don't even know difference. That's how subtle it is. Like it's not like a change that is so obvious that even the first timer is like, huh? What the fuck? You know, something like that, right? Okay, I'm gonna put this out there. I am just a little sensitive towards like music, and even I didn't notice. So it's like, yeah, it's something else. It's that subtle. Some parts are off key, some instruments disappear and come back later as a different instrument. Some notes are wildly out of place. Why is it so funny? Oh, it's normal now, kinda. And it's suddenly so loud. And oh my god, and then you have the stanky organ pipe. Organ pipe. I never heard this one though. Oh, I just didn't even notice. And then it's so loud. Okay, I'm gonna play Doom. Alright. I'm you guys will listen to this when the stream. I was going to do art, of course, but hey, Doom good. Doom good, alright, Doom good. See if I'll do art tomorrow. Probably. Maybe. Just maybe. I do kinda want to finish that one though. No! God, it scared me. Oh no, it's half a beat off. I'm gonna cry. Oh god, it's so painful. No! It's not even half a beat off anymore. I would say episode 3 is probably the weakest in map design, even if it looks super cool. I mean, to me, it just looks very... You know what? It is hell-like. Doom 1 starts strong and slowly dips over the course of the game. Oh no, that's sad. The drop. Oh my god, it's so fucking jank. Oh. Oh, stop. It's so funny. Ooh, okay. Oh, all's good. Honestly, I myself cannot wait to play Doom 2. Honestly. So, after finishing episode 3, there's still 4. Although Brian did tell me that 4 is like after Doom 2. And in terms of difficulty, it does spike a little bit. I'm gonna give it a few tries. If I do suffer too much, then I'll start Doom 2 first and then I'll come back to it. The last one. The whatever that name is, I don't remember. I don't remember. Also, careful for your ears. You might want to lower the volume a little bit because at the start it's very loud. The same goes for me. I'm gonna lower the volume for a little bit, alright? Yep. Good thing I lowered down the volume. Alright. Doom's great. We're playing recently. The first 3 maps of E4 are just absolute ball busters. Ball buster. Oh, one thing to note as well. Last night I did open back up my PC a little bit towards like around 11 PM. And then I played a bunch of Jury online. My Street Fighter 6, right? And then my Jury is now silver. the placement matches put me into silver. It's like, okay, fine, whatever. I guess I'm silver now. 949 409 okay, this one. Platinum? Oh, no way. I'm suffering. I'm struggling. Not suffering. I'm struggling at silver. So if I remember correctly, I have. And I mean, I have Berserk Pack, right? That's why I have my fist out, ready to punch. Right? And I punch a Cackle Demon to death. And the Mega Armor. Beautiful. Beautiful. Slow of Despair, you hate this map? Oh. This map at first was a little scary. Sandy Peterson designed this one if I remember correctly. Wow, you even know all the death names. I can't even remember names normally. No, that's dedication. Music kinda hype though, not gonna lie. Hey, you want some fist? You want some... Whoa! That's a lot of items, thank you. That's not good, isn't it? Hey, wait, what the fuck? How many times are you... Okay, I'm sorry. I almost died from that. I'm just being stupid. Key. He was like, would it be cool if this map was shaped like a hand? And then he did it and it sucks. Oh, that's at least five paths? Yeah. Unless you have like multiple, more. Have you ever noticed Cackle Demons have a big hole in their back? Got a fisted Kakodusi. Kakodusi. Kakodusi, very nice. Woo! Oh, I can fist you, come on. Fuck, I cannot fist you, I'm sorry. Just chill out, all good. Chill out. You think you can... That's right. Don't even try me and my electrics. That's a lot of items. I got a blue skull key, what do I do? I mean, I know what to do, punch. Oh. That's good, right? Woo! Just wait a second. Chill out. There's no need. There is no need. There's absolutely no need to get your Kobold tail like this worked up. Hello? Like, chill out for a second. Thank you very much. Oh. God, I didn't know you guys are so thirsty for Kobold. Come on. Oh goodness. Okay. I'm just shooting my way out, man. I can punch this one. Come here. Come here. That's right. Yeah. What? The post-fisted in other sprites, so to speak. Oh my god. That sounds so wrong. Oh hey, it's a bloody room. What? Oh hi. Dang, free bullet? Or not free, I cannot get them. I want it though. Hey, can I not get that? No. Oh. Oh. Oh, oh, oh. Goodness me. Hey, man. Okay. Shooting gallery, win the prize. I did. Also a lot of bullets as well. 3. Is there something inside everyone? No? Some armor. Some okay. They are placed there like turrets. Maybe they are turrets. Can you not? Alright. I guess I didn't check everything. I'm sorry. Oh no. This map, I swear to God, just traps all over. Yep. Should be surprised at this point. Hi, Rogue. Lost soul can go suck it. How you doing, Rogue? Based on my actions, video games, you mean the flaming skull enemies? They do kinda suck, yeah. Not gonna lie. I hate them. They deserve fist. That's right, that's right. You think I'm scared? No way. I have berserk pack, stupid. That's right. Get punched. Praise the berserk pack. Thank you very much. Oi! Huh, more? More fisting? Nope, nope, nope. I forgot to zone. Whoa! Those guys, they're annoying. Not gonna lie, they are. Flaming Skulls being a pain as usual. I don't trust you. Are you telling me what to do? Oh my god! You cannot tell a kobold what to do, stupid. I'm taking this one. What just happened? You cannot tell me what to do. Oh, drink? Okay, I would drink. There's only a few in the small areas. I'll change some if I have health to spare. I just punched them. Nice. Some traditions are reliable. The punch? Big areas where they fly around in larger numbers, I prescribe shotgun or plasma gun if I have the energy cells to spare. Energy gun. Plasma energy gun. I don't know what happened. I'm gonna press both buttons. They didn't lie. Oh my god. Game is being nice. Get zoned. Wow. Should have trusted them, huh? I learned my lesson. Sorry, game. I will never doubt you ever again. I will proceed to apologize. A Kobold Doom crosshair? A Kobold Doom crosshair? I don't know where I'm supposed to go. It's okay though. It's part of the game. You can explore. Hi? Are you new? Yeah, you are. Cool. Very cool. Do I have... No, I only have a shotgun. I don't have a chain gun. I do have a pistol. Like, I do have a beetle. I have a beetle. I have a gun. I'm gonna shoot. Alright, you know what? I'm gonna use shotgun first. Oh! 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 This game has 2 specific flavors. Search and destroy. I like search and destroy. Look at to make large. Oh my god. You're too nice. Hi, make large. Hope you are doing good. I'm in Pandemonium? Oh no. Where am I in Pandemonium? Hi. Just a second. Oh, Astral. Hi. Hello, Astral. How you doing? Yeah, go fight them. Go fight them. Yeah. Go, Pinky. Fight for me. Did? Why are you coming back? Get zoned. Get zoned. That's right. Oh, shit. For an Ultra D, you land where the game crosshair is located, hence Kobold crosshair. You know what? Fair. True. Yes. Bullets. Oh no. Okay, I still have Beetle. It's fine. Beetle is just as good. See? Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here, come here. Come here, come here. Beast! That's right, that's right. You think I don't know how to play this game? You're wrong. I know specifically how to punch you to death. Oh no. I'm gonna kill the one up there. Might be a little bit of waste, but gonna kill all demons, right? It still feels kind of weird not being able to look vertically. I mean, I understand, but I'm just not used to it. Beetle is 100% accurate if you let the animation play between shots. Sorry, what? Let the animation play between shots? I don't know what that means. Like, if I shoot and shoot again, it will be 100% accurate? Oh hey, I didn't even see you here. Rapid firing or holding a shoot button down will have spread, but shooting and pausing between shots will always hit that sensor. Oh, I know what you mean. Okay, okay. I see, I see, I see. Maybe I should keep that in mind. Let me try it. You are very right, it does. Oh, not the eyes again, god damn it. Not the eyes again. I don't like the eyes. Woo! Whoa, Nelly. Wait a minute. Point blank, thank you. Thank you, come again. I should save some shotgun ammo. Let's look what's here. Is that intestines? Oh my god. Yeah, if I shoot slower, it is like very, very accurate. I'm going here, I'm going here. That's a secret area? What for? It's the only guy in the game that acts that way, no idea why. You wanna play a game? You wanna play Tekken 7? Or Tekken 1993? Get punched, idiot. Get punched, that's right. Yeah, you think I'm scared of you? No. Sorry, I'm a kobold with fisting with like fisting skills, come on. Get punched, get punched. That's right. Aye. All good, free. No, it's not fisting issue. I don't know what I was going for. Oh, hi, Ion. Oh god, wait, you heard nothing. Eight shots, okay. I'm playing it slow. I'm trying to save some ammo. Nice. Alright, just cackle demons left. Nice! Beetle is actually not bad. That also gives me an urge to kickflip them while holding a deck. Wait, what? That is rather specific. Poison, it says? Okay. Berserk pack! I kinda want it though. I can jump, can I? Like, just maybe? Ooh, I win. Why am I thinking that there's more? Give me a second. Let me just try all the walls real quick. I love where you can just spam space like. My god, it hurts. Hey, how you doing? Oh, hey, since when they spawned? A tray. Ah, yes, a tried and true Doom tradition. What happened? The sound. Oh my god, there's two kinds of intestines. One, the normal one, and an oily one. That's right. I'm going close combat with you, stupid. Woo! Ow, fuck. Hey, just a second, buddy. Let me see. Okay, I saved. You think I'm scared? Oh, I'm scared. Okay, I'm sorry. Hey, all good. Look at that. Didn't happen. Whoa, that's jank. Lava on top. What is this eye? Can I punch it? I don't like it. Kobold don't like. Kobold's scared. Oh, hey. Nice. Very nice. No, I don't need to use rocket launcher now. Still have shotgun shells, and I have a berserk pack. That's also a neat death sprite. Honestly, for a game like this, it's done really well. Burrito. Oh, I need the chain gun. Or the minigun. I'm saving here. All good. I'm saving again. John Romero uses the eyes as shooting switches in his custom one like 25 years later. 25 years later? Wow, okay. I have a chain gun. Oh, nice. Good hit. Thanks. Thanks, Goat Demon. Hey! Where's the Goat Demon? Goat Demon? Oh, I missed. Goat Demon! Goat Demon! Goat Demon! There we go. Can I go back? Sure can. What's the purpose? Sigil? 10 John Romero levels, all absolutely fantastic. It's actually free with the Steam purchase, so the add-ons to the main menu. Highly recommend. Ooh, okay. Oh wait, I'm almost out of shell. God, I need bullet badly. Why am I playing Ultra Violence? I mean, I'm playing Ultra Violence because I'm good. No, actually, no. I don't think I'm good. Ooh. Ooh, rockets. Oh damn, the music is going in. I just want to see what's over there. Oh no. Oh no. I see what it is. Wait. Oh. Hi. You seem to be doing well for UV. Oh. It's because, you know, it's because of Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal trained me for this. Don't play Sigil on Ultra Violence. Okay. I'll go for Hurt Me Plenty, I think. It's the default. I don't think I can get that. You know, it's fine. It's okay. Just gonna go here. Where? Oh, okay. Oh, thanks, Brecky. Wow. Also, hi. Ooh! Whoa, Nelly, get punched! I saw you. Oh, that looks janky. Oh my god. How you doing, Brecky? I'm stupid. I'm stupid. Ow. I just stood there. I just stood there. Oh, hi. Fist? Fist. Fist? You wanna come here? You wanna come here? What the fuck? You just sneak behind. Okay, you know what? That's actually very clever. You know, I was trying to stealth, but I got stealth instead. The game knows. The game is so good. The game is like, huh? You're trying to stealth me? Let me stealth you back. John Romero is known for designing his map to be super asshole-ish to players. There are always crazy traps and ambushes. Oh. And the sigil on Ultra Violence is absolutely brutal. Oh. Do anyone ever play on Nightmare? They say Nightmare is absolutely unfair. Whoa. Whoa, they're just giving out items like this? Damn. Free. Oh, I know this place. I've been here before. Oh my god, I'm so terrible. Get punched. I don't recommend Nightmare. A bit in the middle, but more intentional and accidental. Nightmare is very unfair. Only really for Doom nerds who want a city challenge. Oh, I'm a huge Doom fan, but Nightmare just isn't fun. Fair. There are certain things just makes the game not fun. And there are certain things that just makes the game too much. Get punched. I'm sorry if I'm shouting a lot. I'm very jumpy. Even Doom can scare me. Oh, I don't like the wall textures like this. Get punched. Oh, shotgun shells. Actually, let me go back. How about this? Whoa. For one shotgun? I'll take it. Free. There has to be more, right? I do recommend watching someone else play Nightmare if you want to see it, because it's cool to see the routes and stuff used. But yeah, respawning enemies is horrible. Oh yeah, so that's what that was. I played a little bit of Nightmare. I just want to look at like how terrible it is, and then I just realized the monsters were non-stop. So that's what it is. They respawn. That's just bullshit. Help? Hi. Is this a button? It's not a button. I cannot press it. That's a mega spine. I don't know what I'm doing. I cannot look down. I'm going through Doom 2 now and I'll see if Spider Mastermind shows up at the end of that instead, or if they'll do the Icon of Sin. Is it different bosses? It doesn't have the Spider Demon. Spooder Demon. What about PS1 was different myself, so many tiny things. There seems to be a lot of different ports for this game. And it's even more surprising that I never heard every single one of them. Like, I never heard a single one of them. I don't even know about Doom until you guys told me about it. First played the SNES version. Brian did show the SNES version screenshot and it looked like, wow. Very saturated. It was so limited. Ooh. So we skip the Cyber Demon is the boss of episode 3 and episode 4 just ends. Huh? There's more things here? Weird. How did you not know about Doom? Is it just not mentioned in Malaysia at all? Probably, yeah, because Malaysia, when we talk about game, or when Malaysian talks about games, it's Dota and League of Legends and Overwatch, those kind of games. So I wouldn't be surprised that I don't know about Doom. Like everything they talk about game is like, you know this Dota hero are so bullshit, stupid, kanasai, the people just charge in and they die, it's like the team so noob, idiot, susah sangat play with them. It's like, yeah, they all talk about stuff like that whenever we mention about games, so it's like, yeah. If it was censored, I don't know if it's censored, to be honest. I don't think it is. It's one of the games responsible for the formation of the ESRB. Doom 2 was still not available to purchase in German until last year or so for a certain reason. Damn. Until last year? Knowing this game comes out in 1993, that's a long time. Yep, man. Oh. Oh shit, I need a blue key? Have I seen a blue key anywhere? I don't think so. I'm onto something. I'm onto something. Oh! Malaysia's gaming culture, that seems alright, but me doesn't know what to do. There's a reason. Yeah, Nazi symbols, from my understanding, Germany doesn't like that. Oh. Doom was available? Oh wow, okay, so it's because of those things. Oh. War humping? Get berserk packed, idiot. That's right. Give me more, give me more. I want more. No? Nothing here. This is the... Huh? It was, but we saw no reason to buy that when 2 was out of the question. 2 has 2 bonus stage ripped from Wolfenstein 3D. Which of course takes place in World War II. Oh no. So that is the reason. Okay, I see, I see. That is why. What? Have I not been here before? Hey, come here. Come here. Come here. Get fisted. Come here. Come here. Come here. What are you doing? What are you doing? Come here. That's right. Yeah, yeah. Why are you dancing? Why are you dancing? Why are you dancing? They didn't even just plaster something over the symbols like they do nowadays. And Tangen was just, nope, not in Germany, ED. Oh no. So extreme. The SNES version of Wolfenstein took out swastikas and stuff. That's good. Whoa! IDDQD! I know what that is. I am now a Doom player. Whoa! Whoa, wait, BFG? Guys, I got BFG. I got BFG. Oh my god. But still, I don't know what I'm doing. I need a blue skull, but I don't know where the blue skull is. I should look around more. The dogs were changed to giant rats. Huh. Astral. You're all cute. Thanks. BFG. BFG good. Wish if I saw that now I would object. Change it back to dogs. Oh, the prejudice against rats. I cannot believe it. The blood was changed to sweat and hit. Whoa, it doesn't melt into a pile of gold with his head top. Oh my god. Okay, so, yeah, I see now. The reason. Damn, games back then were wild. They were wild then. I still hear enemy here. Oh wait, let me try this. If I go here, go here, here. Where am I? I don't know. And then I go here, and then here. Oh, I'm in the lava area. If I go straight here, there seems to be something. Oh wait, no, that's just the dead end. Oh, I see it. Okay, I'm a little dumb, sorry. Never beat the game of SNES. But yeah, I do remember there was no blood. I saw someone playing the DOS version. I was like, whoa, cool graphics. Cool graphics. Now he just gets sleepy and falls over the end of it. It's like, oh god, I'm too tired. Oh, let me sleep. Am I lost? Yes. I definitely am. How do I even get in there? Huh? Sexually in the past is funny. Sounds like it, yeah. When blood becomes sweat. Favorite censorship was some version of Counter-Strike Source where instead of dying, people would lay on the ground with their with their hands on their head. What? Just sleeps like Especially when they didn't hide anything because the original intention was still fully readable. Subtle. It looks so silly. I kind of want to look at it. Hi. Oh wait, don't waste bullets. I'm sorry. No, I'm not wasting them, but still. Ooh, fishy. Oh, that's a... Okay. I'm gonna go here. I recognize this place. Look! Oh no, I blocked myself. Made blood green? What is when they turn drunk Wario into crazy Wario or something replaced with random bomb? Oh, is that it? I want to look at it. Censored German version. Oh my god. I'm trying to even think what's next to him with episode 3 stages. Short video on the shows they want to see it. I want to see it. I want to see they lie on the ground. I'm not muting the game. I think it's fine. What? That's not sleeping. They're just surrendering. Oh, it's kind of funny though. You can never die. You can only surrender. Ding. I thought it's like the the usual cartoonish sleeping pose when you lie on your hand. That one, but no, it's just like the surrender pose. Calmly surrender after being shot on the head. You can never die. Cool. Wait, can I go back? cannot go back. Hi, malicious magpie. Oh, not here, not here. I recognize this place. Not like this. Get me back up. Thank you. Oh. Oh. Oh, I know this place. Okay. Okay, where do I need the blue? Very close. Oh yeah, there's badminton tonight, so not a very long stream then. Badminton, I mean, usually it starts at 8, but I do have to end a little bit early. Please allow yourself to get shot. You let him. We punish. Let's go. That works out. There's still some time left. I still hear enemy though. Huh? Yeah. It's around here. But how? Oh, I didn't mean to step into it. Almost half an hour? Oh, almost half an hour on the stage? Nah, I'm good. It's fine. I'm in House of Pain. I'm not in Pandemonium anymore. Hi. Kill not. What am I doing? Please die. Thank you. If you take, I think, over an hour, it says your time sucks. Oh, I love little attention to detail like that. Explosion! Explosion! Oh, I didn't hit anything. Kobold said. I can punch you to death. I know how to play Tekken. Come on. We punished Zonin. Look at that. Yeah, no more berserk. At least it lasts for the entire last round. I think that's pretty good. Ooh. 50 zoner. 1-2-1-2-1. Just jab. Oh my god. That's one. I'm the best bold. Oh, I'm just gonna use gun. Actually, I lied. I'm just gonna punch. Come here. 1-1-1. And this bitch spams 1. I'm trying to backdash in zone, but this guy just spams 1. 10 frame. I cannot whip punish the jab. What do you mean? I don't know how to sidestep. Oh, there has to be something back there. Like bed and stuff. Okay, Don't worry about it. Berserk pack! Yeah! Get punched, lost soul. Nobody likes you. Yeah, get punched. Ow. Gotta love Berserk pack. Okay, I don't dare to use punch inside. Coming in. How is this a secret area when that one is not a secret area? I just been there. What do you mean, game? Alright, all good. Aha. This is the best enemy. In terms of like difficulty, I love them. Why are you dancing, huh? Why are you dancing? Is the floor? Can I stay on the floor? Can I stay on the intestines? Let me try. Oh, I can stay on the intestines, okay. Oh, I'm getting my bullets back. Nice cake. Whose birthday is it, huh? They also look cute. You know what? They kinda do. Kinda. Happy birthday. I don't know whose birthday is it. Yeah. It'd be best to use guns here. Fight each other? Please? Yeah. You'll not come here. Thank you. Hey, man. Oh. Oh, are you trying to squish me? If I go down, how am I supposed to get up? Even though there's like multiple health packs down there, I'm not going down. Flat. There's a... I don't know what green is. Hey, you never try. Never know. Going in. Hee hee. Oh! Then I can never die, right? Oh my god. Uh-oh. I mean... I cannot get up? Yeah, let's save some time. And what's the point? You cannot get up. It's a bait. Oh, unless middle, middle. No. Oh. Punch. Yeah, I'm kind of bad. Okay, I need to use guns now. There's only one I can press. I mean, if there's only a few of them, it's fine. Just now it's because there's M's. I'm getting zoned! I'm getting zoned instead! What does BFG use? Does... Oh, I think... Okay, you know what? I think BFG use cell. I think. I mean, I could shoot once. Cells? Oh, okay. Dwarm! Hi, Zoe. Yeah, Dwarm. Oh my god, that guy's alive. Oh god, okay. Oh, wait a minute. Kill not, kill not, kill not, kill not. I'll kill you first. And then get punched. We're playing Tekken, baby! Get punched. We're playing Tekken. Oh, I have full ammo? Well. The hit skin enemies tend to be your first priority to kill. Feels like it. After playing in a while, yeah. They are like the most troublesome one. Like, they don't even shoot bullets out that I can dodge. They just hit you. It's fine, I have low ammo. All that punching works. BFG is weird? Oh, why? I thought BFG is like the good gun. Oh! It's coded very strangely. I mean, I can try these. Hey, come here. God! It sucks! It didn't even kill the lost souls. Go demon. Okay, go demon. Yeah, it's very wacky. I see it. What's the vibe with a headache? Headache sucks. I don't like headache. But vibe is good. Oh no way! You just giving this out? It helps to know how it works. Get well, yip. Get well, yip, Zoe. Whoa, Nelly! Not like this. Why are you here? No problem. I'm not scared. Meatball. Basically, you still want to have a line of sight and be close-ish to the enemy you shoot at. When the ball explodes, it does a bunch of damage in the direction it was shot, originating from you, the player. So if you shoot it and then hide behind the corner, you lose almost all the damage. What? So basically, shoot and then look at them dead in the face. Okay. Got it, got it. That's good to know. Very good to know. Exploding bow does no damage to you. Oh, that's even more better to know. Okay. Shoot! I have a gun. Kobold's a gun. Don't you even dare try. Alright. That's right. Alright. Hi. This thing looks familiar. What does this do? Woo! Oh, gets stun locked. The bow just hits one thing, then invisible damage beams come out to you. Off you, okay. The beta BFG. Even odder. I am impeachable. You cannot look at me. I win. Damn. Alright, you think you're invisible? How about this? I am invisible as well. Get punched. That is right. It does have an explosion that damages enemies, but there's a secondary damage that comes from a hit scan from the player towards the direction the ball was fired. Huh? Oh, Nelly! Oh my goodness, baby! Oh my god! Wait a second. Yeah, don't worry about it. Don't worry about it. Oh my god, what is that? How is there more? All good. Think I was scared? Nah, the kobold never gets scared. Hi! Alright, all good. Got a bunch of bullets back. So in a white room, you could fire the huge group of enemy in the distance. Distance strafe left and look at a bunch of close enemies, and when the ball explodes, then the enemy closer to you will be damaged. The damage that is glued to your crosshair stay active. The trigger is when the ball explodes. Vomit the green and red plasma instead of big ball with tracers. And it's not tied to the crosshair when the player is facing. If I remember correctly, it's just the direction the ball was fired relative to the player. Yeah, BFG is weird. Hi. I don't like lava, but there's a button there I need to press. I'm gonna save. Cool. It was very weird. Yip, huh? Yip, huh? We love a good old yip, huh? Butt spot to yip. It's so fitting. Are you guys worshipping the wall? Yee. Thanks for the health. Whoa! Okay. All good. I'm not scared. Did I just animation reset then? Wait, what? I didn't know you can just animation reset or something. Go demon! Go demon! Oh, Go demon is helping me, or not. Okay, you tried. You love it? Me too. If you know Breen and Bunny changed it to red. Yeah, Breen has changed the butt spot to red and I love it as well. I always go for the RTX red. Oh, save. Oh, have a good luck, Pinky. Ow, ow, ow. Super good circle strafen. Eh? Thanks. Yeah, I have to say though, Doom Eternal trade me for this. There it is. Wait, it's already opened? Probably won't be here when you get back. I'm winding down for bed now. Oh yeah, it's like super late for you, right? Red, bad, red. Don't make me use my fist, because I'm using it now. What are you doing? How are you guys doing? Aye! Uh-oh. Nice, thanks. Why are you guys just dancing? Oh my god, it hurts. Jeff has to move back a little bit. No. This still confuzzled me for a while. This one? Ow, 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 ow! I can open it! Wait, it was open though. Shit, was I too late? Hi. I came from there. What? The switch is there? I think it closes back afterwards. Once I touch the red stuff. Hmm? It does, okay. This one opens it. The red closes it. Yeah, the red closes it. Huh? Then I can avoid the red. Something has to do with like the sensors? Hi. My nose itch. Come on, rude. Honestly, there's a lot of things in Doom that I think are kind of just bad level design. Paint floors. It sort of depends on the designer. True. Yeah. Unless what? 2 noises? Why? Oh, so I can step on the blue floor. Yep, no, bad idea. It doesn't open anymore. Huh? Puzzles? In Doom? But I definitely think the game front loaded the best levels. Someone has some of the best design stages in the series. It honestly is pretty good. What? Okay. I'm through. Guess I just have to step away for a little bit, huh? You want some space? I can respect that. Hey, even I need some space sometimes. Actually, all the time. Red? Okay, red key. Huh? I would gift you a box of space for your birthday. Hey! A box of space means that I can sleep on it. I can sleep on the box. What? I don't think I understand. I think just one of the buttons is right. To like open up the door. Ooh, I guess. I don't know what I did, but I'll take it. Why are you closed? Oh. Yeah, it's a door that can be opened. I believe there must be something more inside? Hi. What the hell, Peg? I'm saving here. Calico demon? Ah, shit. What? That wasn't there before, what do you mean? Oh my god. Oh god, that hurts a lot. Goat demon! Oh my god, goat demon. My radiation suit, it's almost gone. All good. There's something behind. Indeed. What? Yeah, I had a feeling. Nice. Yeah, this must be the end, right? But I think there's more. I'm gonna explore a little bit. Just a little bit more. Or actually, maybe not. Let me just take this worth. Okay, I did it. No. 24 minutes. I think just a stage is about half an hour for me. More or less, right? More or less. I need to find a good sitting position. Unholy Cathedral. Now, how unholy are we talking about, huh? I have to choose doors? Oh no. Alright. I didn't open the door. Oh, fun. Okay. Alright, gonna sleep. Catch y'all later. Okay. Have good sleep, Brian. Good night, night. Hey, good night. Thank you. Oh my god. That's all teleporters, right? Okay, let's go back. There's one more door that I can still open. Here. Oh, nice. Oh, I hate it. Cackle demon. Meatball. Oh, are they fighting each other? Not bad. Ooh. They're so good at hiding. Oh my god, this stage is just door the level. I'm gonna get so lost. Teleporter? Save. Again. Alright. Oh, it's not. What? The Spectre is pissed at the lost souls. It's just helping me at this point. Look at that. I mean, sort of. Get punched, get punched, get punched, get punched. Nice. More squish. Oh, Chingan. I kinda want it though. And the blue skull key? Okay. And then press the button. Ooh. Gosh, rockets are so scarce. I mean, to be fair, if there's like an abundance of rockets, then yeah, the game would be too easy, huh? It's fair, it's fair. More bidons. I'm gonna press it. I'm gonna press the skull. I heard a door. It's on the door, okay. Nice. Nice. Okay, and then there's this teleporter. I'm gonna go in. Ah, okay. Okay. Hey. Let's try out one. Oh my god. Where am I? Can I get back in? Yes, I can. Oh hey, look, a Berserk pack. Oh. What? Huh? I kind of want to punch this goat demon. At the same time, I tried it before and I don't think I would try it. Nice. Punch 2 10 times damage? No wonder it's so good. I just graduated from my school. It was a wonderful day. Oh my god, congrats! A big congrats on the graduation. Barons can be punched if you know the technique. Oh. I see. So it is possible. But yeah, they hurt a lot if they hit you. So they're called Barons, not Gold Demon. Fair enough, Baron sounds a lot cooler than Gold Demon. It's not like I can do anything about it. Oh my god. Oh, it just teleports me here, okay. Get shot, get shot. Nice. Reggie's playing Street Fighter 6. Oh, I kinda want to play it as well. At the same time, I want to play Doom. So many games I want to play. I've been playing Street Fighter 6 a little bit last night, and I got Jury to silver. Jury is fun as hecky. You've been training? I wouldn't say it's training, just that I played a little bit. I don't consider me playing fighting game as training. They sound a lot less fun. It's the fun factor that I'm looking for. Okay, I guess I have to guess which one is right then, huh? Oh no. Oh god. Okay, the one with Doomslayer, which is this one. This one with a torch. Goes back here as well. Here goes to the weird... Well, no, I guess. So I was here. Oh, hey. My god, ow. Punch Lost Soul. Actually, let them fight. Oh, Lost Soul is strong. That's right. I'll punch this one. Fight! Oh, the imp! Oh my god, imp. Let's get back and get health. Can I? Nope. Okay, that's fine. 50-50 of chances? 50-50? 50-50? I'm not doing... Oh. I know that one says exit, but I just want to explore a little. Oh my god. Oh goodness me. Oh goodness gracious. Oh god. Oh goodness gracious. What's even going on? Oh my god. Excuse-moi. What is going on? I got stuck. Well, when did I last save? I think it's quite a while ago. Oh no. Oh no. I deserve this. I fucking deserve this. Infighting is one of the best things they added in Doom. Honestly, yeah. And I like punching. Punching is good. That's why I don't go to room. I have to go to room. It's a game where I need to explore and find a way out. Or just search and destroy in general. Okay, going to teleporter, shoot 1 BFG. Carnage! Ooh! The sheer carnage. Okay, if I go back out, I'll go here. I'm outside? Okay. And then there's like a goat demon in the middle. Where's the goat demon? Oh, why are you not open? I guess I did something specific that I didn't know. Oh, they're fighting, they're fighting. They're fighting. Oh, the noises. Oh, the imp dead? Alright. Wait, no, the imps are not dead. Oh, imps are fighting back against Lost Soul. Look at that. Damn, they won. Let me just step in. Hi. Must kill Goat Demon. Goat Demon. Goat Demon, stop hiding. Don't be pussy. Come out and fight. Nice. Oh, the health bonus. Oh my god. Okay, and then I have to get back to that place. Let me just take all bullets. Ah, I forgot which one that teleports me to the place. No, not that one. This one? Okay, there we go. And then here. Oh, okay, there's more things here. I'll save here. Just shoot, just shoot. You're blocking me, you're blocking me. I saved bullets for this occasion. Oh yeah. It's non-stop? Okay, wait a minute. That's right. Oh! Baron stood no chance. kind of cool. BFG? Oh. Wow. Two secrets, 61 enemies, 28 items. I know if I want to explore more. What does this spawn even do? I don't know, I'm gonna go into the exit. Nice! I think this one I did it a little bit faster. Yeah, it's a little bit faster. It's 10 minutes. It's pretty good. Mount Erebus? Erebus? I don't know. Oh no, I hated it. I already hate it. Boom. Huh. That's not good. Nice. Okay, let's save here. Actually, let's save again. There. When shotgun becomes sniper. Hi? Who shot me? Oh, I see. Okay. Oh. I don't think the Cackle Demons were here before. Okay, there's no need to move that much. Save space because I don't have a lot of space to work with. Okay. I can get there, right? I just kind of want those bullets over there. Okay, where are you guys coming from? What the heck? Alright. I'm gonna save here. I want to try to rush over there. That triggered something. Oh, the road is gone. Game's mean. What do you mean? Yeah, don't worry about it. You might think that shotgun doesn't work at this range. You're wrong. Only in Doom, baby. Nice. Nice. Okay, I'm gonna burn myself a little bit. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, hi, wait. I don't know why I was just sleeping. Come here, stupid. Yeah. That is right, you think you got this? No. You ain't got none. Get punched. Okay, no, I'm not gonna waste this. Just, just no. Oh, hi. Cheesecake! Stinky, it's been a while. How you doing? Hi, Cheesecake. It's the Stinky. How you doing? Looks like there's something there, right? There. I fear. I'm gonna stand out a little bit. I might need to buy a new chair. It hurts my butt. I'm surviving? Oh no. I mean, good but also bad. Finals weeks are crazy? Oh, it's finals. I see. Yeah, that explains it. Finals is rough. I've been there. All the best for you. You got this. You know what? Finals is tough. Cheesecake is tougher. I'm going in. Ow. Ow, 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 ow. Oh, oh, I got you baited. I got you baited. Oh, hey. Don't think we've met before. Physiology on Monday, neuroscience Tuesday, today medical pharmacology, botanical medicine. Oh shit, so you're going for like the medical field? Medical cheesecake? Uh-oh. Are they fighting against each other? Yeah. Ooh. Still, all the best for you. You got this. Since I don't know much about medical things. Can I just jump down? Cool. What is this place? Okay, excuse me, rude. You were just inside. I'm gonna save here. Okay, I'm gonna save again. Okay. That's right. That's right. Nice. I need a doctor to treat me so I can survive medical school to become doctor. We need the doctor to fix a doctor to become a doctor. I just heard that medical school is mega tough. Doctorception. Wait, what? Am I stuck? Huh. Hey, don't know what I'm doing, but got him. Med school is a lot. Yeah. I think toughness really depends on the specific field. Oh my god. How? I don't know, you asked me? You don't know? I don't know. Oh yeah, I'm still trying to find the blue key, huh? I'm still thinking about like the specific field part. I experienced neuro and my brain is refusing to learn about itself. I passed, but painful. Yeah, I think it's also something about preferences. I don't know, it's like if you learn something that you prefer and you like, then everything would be much, well, I say much easier, but that doesn't mean that it's easy, you know? It's easier than what it is currently, that's what I'm trying to say. So like, if you have something that you prefer, those things will obviously be easier. For me, back then, it was English. In middle school, I mean, right? In middle school, I loved English, and I was the only weird kid in the school where my English is like so good and my Chinese is terrible. But that doesn't mean that I'm a banana lah. Banana means a Chinese person doesn't know how to speak Chinese. We call them banana. But yeah, because I was in private school, that's why it's weird for me. It's weird for people to like look at me and say that, oh, you're from private school, your Chinese should be very strong. It's like, nah, not even remotely as strong. Help! Alright. Wait, enemies can open up doors? Ah, oh goodness mama, oh my god. That is a lot of them, alright. Just shoot, don't stop. Don't stop, never give up. Oh god, just... Oh, stop. Don't, rude, alright. Hey, what the fuck? How did I get in there again? Dump. Oh my god. For sure, I say depend on the field. It can influence course load and there are some interesting schedule and expectations. Cause depending on the specialty requires either more or less. Sounds about right. Sounds about right. Oh, hi Narix. Good afternoon to you, princess, as well. Hi. Door? Door? I don't know what this means, but... I'll take it. But Friday I'll be free and I can turn off brain. Good. Gonna take some rest. You can't just power through things. Rest is very important. I can turn into potato. Turn into potato. Does the rat suit even know? Does it hit with lava? Oh, it does. I need that red suit. Hello? Mega armor, thanks. Just gonna run on the outside, see what I can find. I can work on Pride Art again. Yeah! Pride Art, good. I'm loving all those Pride Arts, honestly, that I've seen online. Especially on Twitter. Whoa. How can I even find a blue key around here? I want to see Cheesecake's Pride Art. More red suit. I'll take it. I've been here, right? Yeah. It's scandalous. It's scandalous and proud. Yeah, it is especially this year. I learned about the be proud part. Like so online I've been quite okay with expressing myself more now. And I'm a little more comfortable with my own voice currently. Like at first I feel like my voice doesn't really fit to be a trans, but apparently it's fine. It's just how I feel. So after more and more talking about like me being this such a situation, yeah, I'm very happy about it. Oh, hi. Slay. I'll slay. Put you in a dress? Honestly, I've been contemplating to buy a maid dress just because I also God, it's a long time that I always wanted one. I not only I love the dress, I love the aesthetic of a maid dress. I really do. It's good. Yeah, maid outfit. I know, right? It's already done by many people, but I honestly just love it. The fire blue, the red and blue texture, murder spit rate. Oh god. Yep, the fire, yep. Ooh. Still don't have the blue skull key? Let's not use that too much. Nice. Maid outfit cute. Want to see the preview of the art piece? I can DM. Oh, ooh. I want. What? Wasn't I in red suit? Why did I get damaged by lava? Illegal. I want a refund. Yeah, I don't think there's anything else here. I saw something inside. Recosting, hi. Just how big you are. Please don't squishy me. I'm the opposite of big. I am mega small. If I'm big, I have my other characters. But the Kobold is not big. Jackson is squish size. I mean, cheesecake is big, right? I must be missing something, but what? I need the blue key. I don't even know where the blue key is. Your long leg? I don't think that's as worth. Tylra's the perfect height to give head pets. Nourish gets it. Yeah. Also, thanks. Head pet's nice. You're an edible poo noodle. Sounds delicious. I'm gonna take a bite. You would lick a kobold bite once, right? You would, right? It's what a dragon would let a kobold do, right? Like just a bite, right? It's cheesecake though. Just the sound of that is delicious. I want to bite. No saucy behavior on my watch. But bite. So this one locks me in here. Oh. Oh, wait, really? Oh, what is this? Oh. Oh, wait a minute. Oh, I found it. Oh my god. It's probably more of a squirmy behavior, not a saucy, right? Well. Well. Oh, goodness me. Red student, what's that? Ooh. Nice. Also, I did a DM. Nice. Can I go look at it afterwards? I have lost cells, you know what? Just one. Ooh! Biscuit. I'll take a look afterwards very fast after I'm done with the stage. Where's the blue door? Oh, I think I see it. It's that way. I'm gonna take a lot of damage though. I don't have red suit anymore. I did sort of waste all of them. It's safe here. Go! Ow, 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 ow. Open up, quick! Oh my god. Okay. Whoa! 200%? Damn. Right, let me find the DM. Oh yeah, can I show it on stream? Is it okay? Like, just asking to be safe. There's a secret exit? Huh? No, I missed it. If you want to do the secret level. I mean, I cannot replay. Wait, I did save, right? Also, that's a very nice picture. A very, very nice picture of cheesecake. I need to get confirmation before I can show it on stream. No? Okay. Yeah, the save, but up to you. Just figure out to mention it. Has to be done, alright. How do you deal with heat? Oh god, I just drink a lot of cold drinks myself. Like right now, I have iced lemon tea. But it's up to you, just figure out to mention it. So the secret level is like the last secret of the stage, right? Also, Narx, I don't know if you're here, but I'm trying my best to hold composure. That's all I'm gonna tell you. It's 21 Celsius, I already feel like I'm melting. God. 21 Celsius over there sounds hot. You said that the normal temperature is around 15, 16, right? And then 21 is like super hot. I get that. Although today over here is not as hot just because last night it really rained a lot. It helps a little bit. I can't even find the secret. Limbo. I kinda want to try to find it now. Yeah, I saved here. Now, how would the secret exit look like? I think the main issue is just that I'm in the room with zero airflow and reading the fan. Oh yeah, that's very bad. Oh, that is very scary. I think I have a slight idea on where the secret exit's gonna be. A slight idea, but I think it's a good place to start. This is blue area. And I think I can jump off there to the blue area. That's what I think anyway. How do I get up there again? I think it's here. Yeah, so this one jumps to red. Look at that. Oh, I need strafe jump, okay. Yeah, a fan would really help a lot with that case. A room with zero airflow and just room with zero airflow is really tough. God. How? It's gonna take a few tries. It has to be there. See that? Yeah, it has to be. Oh my god. I will make this a masterpiece. I'll be working on Friday after my last exam. Ooh. I'm excited for it. It's looking great so far. Oh my god. This is the first instance where I need strafe jump into a place. Also, good luck with exam as well. Exam and the art. Oh my god, how? Yeah, I don't really know how. Jump! Okay, I messed up. Look, Doom Guy. You can go so heckin' fast, but you cannot even use your legs to push your body out for a few seconds. That's what we call yumpin'? You cannot yump? I'm upset, Doom Guy. You can't even look down. Oh my god, that was close. Oh! That's not it. Any tips on how am I gonna do this? No, that's not it. I was trying to go like diagonal. Rocket jump? Is there a rocket jump in this game? No, no, there's not. I cannot. I cannot shoot at the ground. It feels like... yep. Start a bit further back. Okay, how further back can I go? Let me see. Okay. Oh, yeah, it's not that much of a space. If only I can look down, that would be great. Game. Yeah. I lung at the wall. You could rocket jump. Rocket knocks you back. So if I shoot the wall, I'm just gonna do a jump and then hit that one. I'll take it. I have armor. Okay, that works. Oh, rocket jump. Damn, my first perfect. Oh my god, I got my first perfect. 34 minutes, 10 minutes of me trying to strafe jump. Yeah, rocket kid. I cannot believe my intuition was nice. Warrants. Oh, I don't like how flashy this looks. Oh no. Had a feeling. Flashy. Music is very hype though, this one. Very hype. Nice. Can I press this one? Wait a minute. Why do I know this stage? No, I've definitely been here before. Huh? I've been here before. I know the stage. It's the exact same stage, but I don't know which stage is it. Oh, they're fighting. Yeah, I don't think the imp can win. Oh, the imp's still hitting. Oh, the imp did. They tried. The imp tried. What is the stage? Oh yeah, I have chainsaw. Come here. I'm just gonna say chainsaw is mega noisy in this game. I mean, chainsaw is just mega noisy in general. Ambush? No ambush? Huh. Spoke too soon. One secret. Must be a big deal of a secret. The blue. What? Am I locked in? Oh shit. No, this is not it, right? Okay, okay. What? I don't like this. I don't like this. That's a chainsaw? I thought I heard a bad electric toothbrush. Bad electric toothbrush. Hi, I know you, I think. Wait, you're a cyber demon! Brian told me about you. I destroyed you last night. You wanna fight? You wanna fight? Oh my god, one shot. Oh shit. Oh, I did not save. I did not save. I did not save. Hope you'll see. Yep, it was yummy. I did not save. God damn it. I mean, I did kind of save, I guess. It's fine. It doesn't take long for me to get there. Fight with each other. You guys got this. Come on, shoot something. You guys are being awfully quiet. Come on. Come on, don't be shy. Yeah, that's right. Don't be shy. Ah, now that's the sound that I like to hear. Let me see if it's only Kaiko Demon. Oh, good. Look at that. Hey, Kaiko Demon, you wanna come here? Good. Meatball. A nice heaping serving of a meatball. Okay, cut. Cut the tomato. Tomato. I love how you went from meatball to tomato. How do you pronounce the tomato? I mean, tomato lah. Right. I usually go for tomato though. Because as Malaysians, we usually pronounce A-I-O-U as R-E-O-U lah. R-E-O-U instead of A-I-O-U. Because of Malay pronunciations. Pretty much. The meatballs are in Doom 2. Nice! I don't remember, but can you look up and down in Doom 2? Nope. Oh, okay. That's fair. Okay, now we save here. I destroyed Cyber Demon last night. I can do it again. Not that hard. Huh. Ooh. I killed myself! In game, not real. Twitch, don't ban me. Could use the BFG now even. Yeah. I can't want to save BFG ammo. Let's save BFG ammo. It's fine. I'm gonna use rockets. I mean, they did give me a bunch of rockets. I'm gonna use them. Stinky. I'll take my time. There we go. Thanks for the fart of encouragement, cheesecake. Fart of encouragement. Oh. No one told me there's invulnerability here. Hi, since when you're here. So the Cyber Demon is immune to the explosion damage from rockets. It only takes contact damage from them. Oh. Oh, oops. Wasted an ammo. Let's use some rockets. Why not? That's right. You like rockets? You like some delicious rockets? Look at that. Okay, stop using rockets. Wait, I know this guy. Nice. I think I needed the invulnerability now. Ow, ow, fuck, ow. Berserk pack. I'll kill you. I'll kill you. That's right. I will punch. That's new, right? I don't think I've been here before. Oh. That worked out. Oh, yeah. More. Oh, I can see them also clearly because of the black and white. Oh yeah? Oh yeah? I don't think so. Okay, okay. You know, I'm sorry. Edge. Wait, screen is for your IDDQ. IDDQT? Wow. I would take the IDDQT. IDDQT. Something here. Spawn? New things? New things. Excuse-moi, what is this? Wait a minute. Oh, I have to fight the cyber demon again. I forgot to say. Oh, I saved here. Okay, okay. I don't need to fight the cyber demon again. Oh, thank goodness. Okay, I'm just gonna rush in. Yipson. Oh god. Oh god. Okay. Just gonna rush in, get the thing, and run back. Go, 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 go. Take the red suit. Nice. Okay, go, run. Yeah, this is way faster than Chainsaw, albeit less safe, but... Yeah, see? It's not bad. I'm zoning. Going in. Wait, how tough are you? Go punch the cackle demons. Punch the cackle demons, come on! Alright, free. Free. I'm probably gonna use BFG there. Here, right? Okay. Saved. BFG. I'm loving it. Whoa. Woo. Golly, that was great. All the bullet. That feels good, that feels good, that feels good. That was OD, that was OD, that was OD. That was good, that was good, that was good. Heck yeah, yip. The yeah, yip. Nice. Oh my god, George is sponsored by McDonald's. Oh, I will. Okay, okay, okay. Yeah, bang. Ooh, that's good damage, I think. Okay, one is enough. Take it slow, take it slow. No, they can fight each other, it's fine. Stay behind, stay in line. Like this, see? They hit each other. 3 damage. Oh god. You are tougher than anything, I feel like. Alright. I'm saving here. Because she's loving I'm loving it. They actually can't hurt each other. Oh no. No, I thought I was big brain. I thought I was big brain. Good sound, good sound. Enemies of the same type can't hurt each other with projectiles. Okay. But hit scanners do? Oh, okay. Wait, I've been here, right? Yeah, I've been here. Yeah. What? Doesn't look like it's from here. You got a key. I don't know where the door is. The yellow or red? Shit, I don't know if it's yellow or red. Might be at the start area. I can go check. Oh, it's red. It's red. Open it. Whoa. Is this it? I'm saving. Oh, that's it! Whoa, I killed everything! I took everything! And I found everything. Oh my god! Sorry. I'm gonna stretch a little bit. another full 100%. We love to see it. We love to see it. It's good. It's nice. Explored, murdered, and stole. What's up, Cheesecake? What is up? Oh my god! I see what's up. Okay, ow. The bully. The dragon bully in Kobold? I cannot believe it. Hi. Oh god. If only I can aim, honestly. There we go. One more. Take. Strafen. They know positioning, goddamn. Nice. I did healing. Wow, wow. Ow, fuck, ow. That killed me. You know what? No. You guys get the shotgun. Actually. Yeah. Do you think I can make it now? Who? Oh. Oh yeah. I thought I'm gonna die there. Oh hey. Go. Yeah, see? Usually it takes damage. Shotty. Whoa, Nelly. What the hecky heck? Oh no, I got stuck. Funny quirk. You know how when you move your weapon sways left and right, every time you reverse this direction, damaging flow hurt you? Both timings are universal? Huh? So I can avoid taking damage? By just not move too much? Or move slowly? They're just both using the same clock. You take damage standing still? Oh, that's... I don't think I understand. It's okay. It's only normal that I don't understand. Don't worry about it. I'll get it someday. Maybe. Probably. Probably not. That's a bad idea. Nice. You can watch your weapon get to the peak of the sway and then keep strike with the rhythm. And the rhythm. To know about when damaging foe will hit you or not. So intricate. Should have just run. Bedfall? Oh. I think I see what you mean, yeah. Both sway. So if I sort of like... This one will hurt me too much, I think. If I... Yeah, that sway hurts. Ow. 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 Right? Kinda. So I think I kind of know what you mean there. Let's do experiment. Yeah, so it will still hurt, I guess. Okay, I think standing too long is just not a good idea in general. Just for timing. Okay, okay. But standing in bad space still not recommended in general. Okay. Roketu, Roketu. I love you, kitchen gun. Bang, bang, bang. Bang, bang, bang. The whole new kitchen gun. Oh, that's a nice star shape. Oh, that's good. Bang, bang, bang. Did anyone ever bought kitchen gun? Does it actually... Did it even actually clean things with kitchen gun? I think it's just gonna cause carnage. With the kitchen gun, it's like bang, bang. I mean, the commercial is just like, oh, you shoot at this thing and then that thing will be clean. It's like, whoa. That is truly the future, isn't it? The all new kitchen gun. Yeah, that's pretty good. Oh. I have full energy cell. Maybe it's time for one shot of BFG. Ooh. BFG? Yeah. Actually, nah. I don't wanna. Cool. Why are they not attacking? Oh. Weird. Why are they not attacking? What just happened? Yeah, I guess I cannot go back. I'm gonna save here. Hey. Going down. Ooh, that is terrible! Oh my god. Okay. Now we can take our time. Am I in the maze? How amazing! The classic. I'm never a fan of maze, to be honest. I hated maze. I saw a teleporter. Oh no. No, I want to go back. Oh no, I don't remember how I get there. Oh, blue doors, blue doors. Let's get back. Oh, yes? Take one. Just now it was here, I think. Oh wait, I came from here. Oh, wow, free. Damaging flow of mazes. True. Whoa. I cannot take the buff too. Stop putting me back. You know what? Stop stepping through portals and over there. It's just not good in general. Yeah. My red suit. I need it. Where's my super suit? Oh. Where's my super suit? The classic. What? Oh, okay. So there's this red door here. Cool beans, I guess? Okay, do not touch that portal. Take one more. Oh, I didn't mean to take that. Oh, is that everything? Yeah, that might be everything. Yeah, and the BFG here. This is head hurting. Yeah, I think there's not much else. Alright. Oh, wait, Red Skull here. I think there's like a secret place here. Yeah, here. Like behind here. I hate it here. Whoa, Nelle, chill. Oh my goodness. Don't take Kobold tail, I need them. Thanks. I don't even know where this is. Oh, go. Ah. There's still one place I haven't gone to yet. I think I could try going there. What's here? Safe. This is different. Yeah. I don't have a yellow key. So I was there, activated that switch. Pretty much pretty much did nothing. Yeah, the chairs make my butt hurt. I need to buy a new chair soon. Okay, I'm gonna go here. Ow. Safe. Right. Ooh. Oh no. That's bad. Woo. There was a lot of things. I think I saw an exit door there. I don't know. You know, let's explore a little bit more around here. Maybe there is more to the store? Question mark? Probably. Yeah, I'm pretty sure if I stand there, I'm gonna get squished. No, have I not been here before? Wait, that's a yellow key? Oh, I cannot wait. Oh, huh? There's no way I can get that, right? Same floor level, I cannot strafe jump. I cannot rocket jump. Huh? There must be a place where I can just teleport there. Where? I have to find it. Okay, down there is the maze. I thought I already looked pretty much thoroughly around the maze. It was not amazing. Oh. Gosh, I know where the yellow key is. What does that even do? I'm a little lost. Yeah, all of these secret area needs yellow key. And the yellow key is accessible over here. Right? God, it's there. That looks like the exit door. This may look stupid, but I'm gonna try. Is the rocket jump like as close? Like if I shoot like this, am I gonna fly? Okay, it is a lot more painful than I thought. I thought I can jump. Well, my corpse jumped. Oh god, fuck. Oh shit. Alright, all good, all good. How the fuck? Explosions directly next to you do like 90 damage or something. Oh my god, that's so much. You know what? Can I stand? Can I play with controller? Is this stupid to play with controller? How's it? Oh no, that feels like shit. Switch guns? That's so slow. Why is D-pad up change? While you're standing? Oh, I don't know. There must be a reason why I'm standing, huh? What am I supposed to do? Like, 45 health. 45 health. I cannot play with controller, my god. Okay, all good. I'm back. Kill? Oh, sorry. Kill what? I'm gonna die. You wanna kill things? I mean, I've been killing things. Wait, I took everything. I just don't know how to progress through the stage. You see that? 38 monsters, 8 things. Never played the original Doom. Same. This is my first time playing it. But I'm stuck. I don't know how to get the yellow key. There must be a way, right? Nice, I know, right? Like, the game's teasing me. It's like, can I just run across to the yellow key? But there's a gap over, right? I think it's this one. I don't remember. I'm dying! Oh, oops, not this one. What the fuck? Oh, what the fuck? I got the yellow key. I'm gonna die. Thanks, game. Alright, let's load. Time to die. Look, I know what to do now, alright? See? Okay, good. Go to the other side. Do it. Okay, press this. Press this. Time to die. Oh, nice. Oh, there's a health kit there. God! Oh my god. Yellow key. Yellow key pog. Oh my god. Okay, door's open. Now, where's the yellow key needed again? I remember there's so many yellow key needed. I think it's around the blue door. You know, let's go get it. Should I just skip breakfast? I don't know. Honestly, for me, I eat breakfast, kinda. Although I eat mostly, how do I say this? It's more, brunch.
Regardless, have fun with the stream and goodbye.
Whoa. Alright, thank you, Pixar King. Okay, there's one here, I believe. Go! Ah, fuck, ah. It's not here. It's not here. I forgot. Where is it then? Is it this one? It is. Oh! Yay! That was not easy. Love you all, have fun with the stream. Thank you, Pixar King. Hope you have a great day too. Appreciate. Am I too close to the mic? I hope not. It's hot. I kinda want to go toilet for a little bit. You know, I'll let this music play out. And I'm gonna go toilet for a little bit. Be right back. I'll just enable this toilet break. the budget. There, so you guys won't miss too much. I'll be right back, alright? Actually, let me put this this one. Toilet break, look at that. Alright, I'll be right back. Real quick. I'm back. Yeah. Let me just disable this real quick. Alright. I don't think there's a lot more stages left, I think. Self-care first. Definitely. Also, I'm doing very okay. I'm fine. Whoa, the music? Oh shit. I don't know what's going on, but the music is very high. What is that? What the fuck? Oh, I can just do that, huh? That looks like a Arachnoid Spooder in Doom Eternal. I didn't know the Spooder in Doom Eternal is gonna be this hard. Yeah, how do I fight this thing? Cool. Oh my god, I have no health. Okay, this is bad. Any health? No health? Rocket launcher is great. Don't know about BFG. If I keep a line of sight with this spider demon, I'm gonna die, right? It has like the machine gun that just like constantly shoots at me. That's gonna be a little bit hard. Let's do a bit of a peekaboo then. It's gonna take a while. I think I know how it works a little bit. When it looks at me, it will start firing in a second like that. Okay. I heard it. Okay. Still possible to use this, I guess. Okay, free. Woo. Too late. Oh, get. Oh. No secret? Just kills? Easy. Spooder demon? Easy. That's it. The loathsome spider demon that masterminded the invasion of the moon bases and caused so much death has had its ass kicked for all time. A hidden doorway opens and you enter. You've proven too tough for hell to contain, and now hell at last plays fair. For you emerge from the door to see the green fields of Earth, home at last. You wonder what's been happening to Earth while you were battling evil unleashed. It's good that no hellspawn could have come through that door with you. ... You never know, though. I mean, look at Doom Eternal. Earth has been compromised by 3 demon priests. All with the start of the name as Deke. Bunai! Is that Daisy? Oh my god, the music is so adorable. Not the... Oh my god. What the fuck? Why the Bunai? Why the Bunai? Why? What's the point of this? I thought it was so cute. And then the game just like, nope, haha, psych, stupid. No. Let's skip this. Okay, we have one more, right? Now it's Die Flesh Consumed. Die Flesh Consumed. I'm just gonna do Hurt Me Plenty because Brian told me that it's gonna be really hard. God, I cannot. Oh, why the Bunai though? I'm so sad. Early shotgun, nice. Two beans. Oh boy. I wanted to say, isn't it a little bit early for Spectre? But then I realized I've been using shotgun throughout the whole game, so yeah, it's normal. Oh boy, even down there? Oh golly. What the hell? Go demon? So what the fuck? Go demon? Oh, I didn't save. It's a new game. The go demon so early? I don't even have enough ammo. Yeah, this is not easy. Knowing this Baron or Goat Demon, I should punch more. Okay. I'll try not to get hit too much early on. Well, try. What is even... What? What? Okay, wait a second, buddy. Okay. Safe. But where do I go? It's all poison. Where? Secret door somewhere? Yep, alright. I got a red key. I think the red key is at the start. I think. Gosh, bullet is a really huge problem at the start, right? Need more bullets. Oh. Ambush? Yeah, look at that. Ooh. Whoa. What in the fuck? There's too many ambushes. Okay, okay, problem. So many ambush, no bullets. You can't expect me to just punch all of them, it's just not realistic. I'll save again here, okay. Okay, quickly run away. God damn it. Yeah, I think that's death. Okay, now that explains it. Okay, the rocket launcher is there. God, this is such a small space. I'll save again, I'll save again. I know I'm saving a lot because I'm scared. This is really hard. Brian wasn't lying. This is difficult. The sheer amount of ambushes is already intense. I mean, I guess I don't need to kill all of them, but since it's only this specter here. Get punch, alright. Okay, not bad. Save again. I now have a blue key card, can I? Dang. The sheer amount of ambush is insane. Okay, I remember I need a blue key here. Yeah, there it is. That's the exit? I've not found a single hidden secret. I mean, the rocket launcher doesn't even count as a secret. Yeah, how do I get up there? I don't know, you know, I'm just gonna exit the stage, it's fine. I'm okay with this. No secrets. It's a short one. Perfect hatred. Okay. Oh. Real? You are kidding. I saw some cackle demons behind. Oh my god. What is this? They don't die. There it is. Oh. Hi, Floyd. Welcome, Maru. I have no idea what I'm doing. But it's all good. What? Do I just jump down? I mean, I can probably sprint. I can save. Oh, okay. Yellow key to activate this object. Fair enough. If... Oh, there's something there. In the lava. Go! Ow, 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 ow. You bitch! Oh my god. Okay. I'm saving again. Oh, 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 oh. Ow, 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 ow. Lava bad, lava bad. Okay. Lava actually good. What do I even do here? Oh no, I don't like the sound. Why is there constant teleportation going on? Oh! Yeah, I thought dragons were resistant to lava. Hey! I mean, dragons are, I'm pretty sure. Not kobolds! Kobold just a little lizard. Oh god, I'm gonna die. Help. What'd I do? It's good, right? Ooh. What is even going on? How am I supposed to get there? Alright, jump down. If I don't know, I saved. It's fine. Ow, ow. Take it. Oh, hey. You! You are evil. You are evil. Yes. Fight each other, come on. Okay, that's good. Oh, combo bullets. Oh, that's so good. Temptation. But... Oh, wait, what? When the shotgun is sniper, don't worry about it. Some of you in the chat might think that, oh my god, this is so wasteful. You know what? It is. It is. Oh, it died? How? Okay, I'll take it. What in fuck's name am I doing? The game expects me to leap of faith every time, to just jump down and hopefully I find something. That's where you're wrong, game. A game where I cannot look down, what am I supposed to do? Ooh, wow! Time to run. Oh my god. 3 gold demons? I'm not about that. Gold demon. Lava is probably just a nice hot bath to a dragon. Yeah. It's a waste, don't do that. Was this always like this before? Wait. Yellow key? I don't understand this map. I'm sorry, but this is the map where it gives me the worst time. Like, I'm not even enjoying the difficulty, it's just me constantly dying to lava over and over again. That's not fun. Oh! This is just bad. Like, yeah, this is just bad. Like, you want me to keep going down, that's fine. But at least allow me to look below me so that I can examine first. But man, this is just terrible. We can take this, run away, and then fight. Can they come here? I don't think they can. Okay, this is not bad. Safe here. Do the same thing again. We do the peek and shoot. I don't even know if this is worth, and I don't even know why I'm trying to kill it. Woo! That's pretty fast. Hi! What? Really? Okay, okay. The cheese. Alright. There's one more. Crap. Oh. Okay. That worked out. Of course the yellow key is there, goddammit. Okay, save here. Okay, now we activate this. I shouldn't even be surprised at this point. Oh, I'm stupid. Nah. That was just me being dumb. No. Okay, it's okay. We saved here. See, I want to look down because I know there's a health pack down here, but I don't want to take too much damage to the lava. Eat. Nice. I'll take it. Okay, save here again. Oh, they're already infighting. Nice. Oh, nice. Look at that. Come on, shoot this thing. You. I thought you found the save here. No, I don't want to save here. Edge. I'm so pissed. You know what? I'm gonna go here and take... Nah, I don't think it's worth. Why is there a sound of Cyber Demon? Even though it's actually Maple Story Golem noises, but still. I'm saving here. There's more. Chainsaw? Chainsaw? Nah, this map is too much. I'm sorry, but this design is just... You want me to fight in the lava? Okay. Okay. Alright. Why is it red? I think I'm more concerned about this is the only map where it doesn't... The game doesn't reward you for exploring, it punishes you for exploring. Ah, shit, I tried. It's the first time I've seen a map where it punishes you for exploring too much. I say punish because, like, it doesn't give you a lot of resources, instead it gives you demons to fight. When they know for a fact that there's not enough resources to deal with all of these. A cyber demon, really? You know, that kind of feeling. Like I'm bitching about it because I this is my first time playing it, and it's like too much, man, too much. Oh my god. Oh my god. Eh? She used more plasma gun then. Just spam them, I don't know anymore. I mean, why not, right? No! It's okay, I saved. Okay, there's one here I didn't take. Okay. What? Oh, I almost died. Safe. Yeah, it's a soul cyber demon. Oh, hey, look! I don't think that hits. I honestly don't know if that hits. Why am I not surprised? Get back. Yeah, there's cackle demons. I don't know if it's a good idea to save here. No, I'm not gonna. Because now I know there's an Kako Demon ambush. Ah! Should have looked at it first. I was trying to go back. It's fine, it's fine, it's fine. Go, 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 go. Ooh, they dodged. I'm actually saving here. Not bad. Oh shit, I should have kept moving. Okay, I don't know if it's a good idea to fight against a cyber demon. You know, I should try going in the door and not fight the demon first, I think. which would be a good idea. Okay, go, 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 go. Ah, fuck. All good, all good. Still don't like the eyes. The eyes. Alright. I don't know if those hits, to be honest. Oh! Oh! Is that a BFG? I think that's a BFG, right? Good gods, man, this map. The eyes. Oh shit! I don't think it's just gonna end the. God, I saw the BFG though. Sorry. Let me just change the seat. There. Okay, fine. I'm not going back. It's fine. Oh, fun. Wow, this is worse than Doom Eternal. But I don't know why I'm comparing with Doom Eternal. Doom Eternal is such a good game. There are some problems, but it's not as bad as this one. Like, Doom Eternal allows such big arena, I think. Because Eternal has the arsenal for me to do things. This one is just walking and shooting. Oh, I'm in bitching mode now. BFG solves any problem? You know what? True. It totally does. And it would totally solve my problem right now. Are they fighting each other? Who the fuck is hitting me? I don't even know. Okay, this is getting stupid.
Hello and welcome.
Daydreamer, thank you. Although I'm in salty mode, sorry. I'm salty because I don't know what's going on with this map. But thank you, appreciate it. How are you doing? I'm saving here. Oh, fun! You! Fun. If the crosshair is red, I'm shooting. God. Okay, got some health. Should have gotten that BFG, honestly. I didn't think that Sushi's gonna end the stage like that. Huh. Yeah, I should have expected. I was like, no way, there's only one. There only one? This map? No way. And then, sure enough, there's two Cackle Demons. Alright, there we go. Okay, this is good. This is good for business. I have 4 rockets. Okay, let's not use rockets like that. Okay, go back, go back. It's fine, it's fine. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Oh my god. Don't shoot. Oh! Okay, there's more stuff back here. Don't shoot. Thanks. Nice. Okay, good. And then 2 Cackle Demons. Go back, go back, go back. It's not just me, right? The AI are actually quite clever in this game. Like, after playing for a while, the AI does know what they're doing. It's not just like they're just roaming around trying to shoot you. They don't care about positioning. They do care about positioning, and they are very clever about it. Okay, save here. I know I'm saving a lot, I'm sorry. just gonna go in with this. Whoa. Yeah, giving a lot of rockets. I think because they know this game has a lot of tight spaces, they are just shooting out rockets. I'm not pro enough to use rockets in tight spaces like this. I'm not good enough. Oh god. Okay, okay. Just press buttons. Alright, just shoot, just shoot, just shoot. Oh. Alright, safe again. 50% health. I got this. I think. Take one. Get out. Where am I stuck at? Oh yeah, I got the red key, sorry. Something to do with the red key, I don't remember. Safe. Oh yeah, there's the upstairs room with 10,000 enemies in there. I'm just gonna open the door and walk back and shoot. Well, that worked out well. Oh. Finally, something good? Dang, I can go get all the rockets then. I'm gonna go back and get all the rockets. Don't. Oh my god. Okay, let's get all the rockets first. What does it even do? Whoa, full rocket? Let's go. I mean, I don't know if I'm gonna utilize a lot of rockets. I'll mostly use shotgun just because I feel more safe using it. But you know, in a tight situation, I should use more rockets, to be honest. It's all good. Okay, this is the first time I feel like the game's being nice to me. Although, if this map is being nice to me, then I'm pretty sure there's gonna be a lot more enemies than this. Oh god. What's my gun? Here? I think this one is a shortcut out. Safe. Oh yeah, red key. Hi! How you doing? Oh my god. Rocket. A little close, I think. Oh. Where? What? Who? Overkill, I'll take it. Oh, there's a red key down there. Saving. Go! Oh! See, it's like situations like this, I cannot use rocket because I will die. Safe. Oh! No, there has to be something more inside, right? There has to be. I'm going back in again. Ow. God! I can't even see you! Oh yeah, I forgot I should not do that. Hi, where'd you come from? Wait, wait. Give me a distance. Ooh. Splash. Whoa. One shot? Okay, I know where the exit is. 22 secrets? What the fuck? Are you saying there's 22 secrets in this map? Insane. Dude, 22? Okay, I guess. Oh, I want to just go away. I can't see shit. $22 and we found one. One. A measly one is all I found. How in the fuck am I supposed to find all of them? Please don't tell me they're all just like invisible walls like this. If it's all just invisible walls, no. I'm gonna be upset. I'll be angry. I'll be grumpy. How? Oh, that's good, that's good. Take. Let's roam around the lava area while I can. Can I just... I think I can? Doom guy, you're so thick. Yeah, Doom guy, why you're so thick? Okay, I'll try going in here again. Oh god, I'm... Wait, go up. Oh yeah, this leads to the exit. I don't know. Like... Oh, am I stuck yet? Am I stuck? What? Oh, this jank. What was that? I mean, here... there's this weird button that I can just activate over and over again for whatever reason. That is... I'm going to the next stage. I'm not about to be here for 20 hours just to find 22 secrets. Oh my god. Kitsuneko? Wow, hi. Welcome in. Oh, sorry, I found the mic. Welcome in, everyone.
Hello, and welcome.
Foxes, hi. Yeah, look at that Pride. Pride month, baby. How's everyone doing? What are we playing? Just chatting? Ooh, did you do anything else before? Happy Pride and some Fox stuff pounces. Thank you. Happy Pride to all of you as well. Welcome in. Evie Aus, hi. Hope you are doing good. Itsu's a Japanese teacher. He was teaching us Japanese. Oh, nice. I mean, Kitsuneko are both Japanese, so... The Moogle Master, Fox Stuff Pounces, hi. Also, Patspot. How are you all doing? Pride month, baby. I hope you're doing good. Also, welcome in. My name is Tylra. I'm a Kobold. I play a bunch of games. Just suffering in Doom currently. First playthrough, never played it before. Suffering a lot, but it's pretty fun. Right. Also, I do art occasionally, so yeah, welcome in. And I have a big love towards fighting games. Been playing a lot of Street Fighter 6 lately, so yeah. Oh yeah, sorry, I forgot. Oh, there's also this. There we go. Done. How's the teachings of Japanese? I'm not good at Japanese. Tapi saya orang Malaysia lah. Saya boleh cakap sikit bahasa Malaysia. And I'm also Chinese, so. Big fan of Doom. A lot of people seems to be, yeah.
And welcome.
And honestly, Doom is good. It's fun. I played through the entirety. Well, not the entirety. I played through the base Doom Eternal. Haven't bought the. Wait, let me adjust my seat a little bit. Also, Evie, thank you. Hikaji the Husky, thank you for the follow. Appreciate. 1996. Wow. Yeah. Okay, there we go. E4 the best episode? It's so difficult though. Doom Eternal looks so good. It totally does. I love Doom Eternal. I'm gonna cry. Another trans streamer. I recently just came out as trans. Yeah. This month. This month I came out. So yeah. I mean, EVs are inherently cute, I would say, right? I'm just gonna exit this one. I don't know what I'm doing. I only found one out of 22 secrets. No. I'm not gonna find them. Too much. 18 minutes. 18 minutes is fine. I've been seeing a lot of Twitter stuff about trans and cisgender lately. It's like a little bit scary. But I don't want to leave the platform. Unruly evil. Okay. Stream continues until you find them all. You say, oh, no, I didn't say that. Maybe next time, I guess. But I just want to sort of play through the whole Doom 1 and then Doom 2. I'm afraid that I wouldn't find all the secrets even on the map editor. Oh my god, are they that hidden? What if this wouldn't... Why is it dead silence? I don't like dead silence. Imagine no. Shouldn't read the chat, jeez. There we go. Trying to. No freedom until you find no secret. Oh god. No. Also edge, haha. I do have the 55% revenue ad share going on, so there's going to be a lot of ads playing on my channel, so I'm sorry in advance. Right, my apologies. Oh, without being able to look down is so jank. I don't like this. There we go. Hoop. Cool. This is something you repeat it. I mean, it'll be fun, but I also want some freedom. How often do you run them or complain just out of curiosity? The 55% ad revenue ad share is like 3 minutes per hour. So yeah, it's quite a lot, I would say. Just to get the 55% ad revenue share. Goddamn Twitch. Saving. Have I opened up the door? Oh! Oh! Oh, I walked into it. Oh! One shot, let's go. Nice. I want that green orb. But it feels like it's a trap. Knowing this map. Oh. Actually so good? Alright. Oh, what am I looking at? Oh, I know what I'm looking at. Okay. I don't like the black and white. Oh, 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 ow, 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 ow. Also, I still don't know what's the point of partial invisibility. Like, the enemy can still see me, so what does that do? Secret? No secret? No touchy! Oh god. Do not even try to touch the kobold, rude. Why not, right? Ooh. This one wastes too much rockets. Oh, cool. Why? Ooh. Alright, I'm gonna save. Ambush? Yeah. Oh! What? Come on. Not the meatball. There we go. There goes the meatball. This is ambush the map. Ooh. Nice. You want me to jump down? Sure. Huh? So, okay. Well, that's a rather straightforward stage. They will repent. Does this stage, did this episode exist because they killed the Bunoi? Because I heard from some of my viewers that Doomslayer is mad pissed because they killed the pet Bunai. That's such a cool lore, by the way, if that's true. Oh. Are they fighting each other? Cool. Oh. Nice. Is there a super shotgun in this Doom? Or is it only in Doom 2? Because my first ever experience with Doom is playing My House.What. And My House.What has a super shotgun? Yeah. After the first cycle of My House.What, there's like a heckin' super shotgun. I've been playing Doom 1 for a while. I don't think there's a super shotgun here. Or I could be wrong. No. Do not, please. Don't. Just don't. Oh, okay, I see it. Save? Go. Go, go, go. Oh my god, oh my god, ow, ow, ow. Okay. Hi. Oh, this is not good for the red suit timer. Anything here? No? Alright. Oh! Oh my god, I almost killed. Hi. The red suit does last quite a while, right? Quite a bit. Oh, I know this place. Kinda. I'm saving again. Ow. Oh my god. Leave! Don't! Help! Oh, that hurts. Hi, where'd you come from? I feel like I would never get used to not being able to look up and down. Like, I'm in episode 4 and I'm still struggling. Trying to look up and down. What? But gamers don't look out. I mean, most people with phones on their hands don't, I believe. Oh. Nice, almost full rockets. Ooh, that was nice. I hate it, I hate it. Can you not? Ooh, tough. Can you not? Where is this coming from? Yellow key? I don't think I have a yellow key. Oh boy. Honestly, what's with this map and heckin' red suit maze? Oh god. Oh hey. Ow. That is a BFG, right? Like my my eyes are not deceiving me. I'm gonna save here. I'm gonna walk around the red liquid. Can I not walk around the red liquid? Like, can I not? Yes, I can. Okay. Oh, okay, okay. Nothing here? Oh boy. Oh boy. Oh no. Oh, there it is. Oh, that's hard. How do I even get up? Wait, what? I don't see it. I don't see how I can get up. Down here is like one switch. Down here is a whole lot of nothing. It's a BFG again. I cannot get it. I feel like if I don't get this BFG, I'm probably gonna have a hard time playing the rest of the rounds or episodes. How many stages are there for this one? Oh, it's already almost 5. No! I wanna play more! Fine. Zero secrets. As usual, only normal. Against thee wickedly. I love how the names are so like... Justice. Hey. What is the stage? Oh no. Why do I hate it? It do be more mazes. Don't shoot. Don't shoot. Thanks. Oh god, it's still alive. I hate it. I know if it's still alive, but it's still moving. When things get impaled, they are not supposed to move. Right? They're not supposed to move when they're impaled. Ow. Oh my god, I got point blanked. Honestly, I don't think I've ever mentioned this even once, but for a game in 1993, the sound designs are really good. Have I ever mentioned that? No, right? The sound design is like something I don't expect a game that I play in 1993 has, to be honest. Because in 1993, I'm not even born. I'm not even born. And then once I'm like, when I first got my NES console, that's my concept of games. It's like, it's all 8-bit. No, it's all 8-bit. It's very like, just 8-bit in general. And then you have this. I fear this game is gonna be like the huge breakthrough of gaming. You know, the game. Can you not block that? Swear to God, this game sometimes. Ow. Fuck, ow. Oh, I already hate this map. Like, I don't think it's easy in 1993 for the tech to make games like this, which surprises me even more. Woohoo! Need red. Why is the game doing this? Where can I get up? Spamming space. What? Is there actually no way for me to get up? I didn't save though. Oh no. Wait, what? I'm not dumb, am I? I am not seeing a place where I can get up. Oh, Nene, this is bad. Why is this a thing? No! My feet! My feet! Where did I last save? Where did I last save? Oh, here. I mean, I didn't even get the BFG. Okay, let me go to the next stage. And I think after that, I might have to end. Yeah, I might have to end it there. I didn't do anything much, right? Yeah. There we go. I do have badminton session afterwards, so I have to end a little early than usual. Badminton. Let me just kill with a bit of these. Kill. Shotgun. Whoa, nearly. Sure, one slippers? Yeah. Gonna wear protection. Very important. Wait, no, that sounds wrong. I mean, just wait a minute. Wear wear shoes to protect your feet, right? I mean, I consider this protection, but me putting it that way just sounds a little bit weird. I didn't mean to make it sound weird. I'm sorry. Oh, I'm stuck. Yeah, protective footwear. Yeah, there it is. That makes sense, right? Yeah. Of course that makes sense. I'm just thinking about it too much. Wow, that imp is going in. Like steel booties? Steel booties? Alright, I'm gonna do a quick save and I'll save again on this one. Okay, and I think I'm gonna stop here. Gonna prepare for badminton for tonight. I'm gonna eat dinner earlier and then gonna go badminton afterwards. So yeah. Would you dare to extend your current situation to play badminton with? Honestly, I want to, but I don't think I can. Like, yeah, no, I don't think I want to. It's okay, you know. We'll talk a little bit more afterwards, okay? I'll stop here for today. Oh my god, fuck. Did that ever happen before? Why is that so loud? What? Yeah, this is good angle. I don't know why it suddenly become like that. Don't worry about it. Hey. How are you doing? I don't know why I'm there all of a sudden. I didn't touch anything. It's just suddenly there. Beans. There. This is the bean cam. Oh, sorry. Yep, beans. Look at that. Even Buttspot is excited about it. I got glowy beans. Glowy beans number 1. Here, let's listen to my house.wad. Mmm. What do you want me to adjust butt spot for? Okay, I'll put it back. There. What happens when you change the type yip for you instead? It would just be like a lot of exclamation mark yip instead. Will it yip with the word he replaces the first one? I think it will. Because I think if you type like exclamation mark yip and then you add like more words here,
Yep.
yeah, it will still yip. It will still yip if it's the first word. Oh wait, I remember there's one thing I want to talk about a little bit. Easter egg? Yeah, I don't know if it's gonna happen often. Gonna stand up. Stretch. Okay. All good. I don't know if I can add it as Easter egg because if I put it as exclamation mark yip, it might change too much word sometimes and then it would just become like a mess of a word. I have uninteresting news but it makes me happy. Oh yeah, the Nintendo Direct thing. I saw the Super Mario RPG trailer and it seems to really make people happy. It's a game that I never played it. And I might want to play it because I see that I can play as Bowser. And who doesn't like a good old Bowser play, huh? I found someone who has the last name Yip. Oh my god. I think no, Chinese surname has Yap, but not Yip. But yeah, this Yap. Y-A-P, Yap. Yap, the name. No, it's like a Yap is like a surname. Imagine having Yap. Cool name. Oh, sorry, enjoying this My House.1 music. I am looping this shit. Don't worry about the fart noises. It's just typing noises in Opera GX. It's a mod that I downloaded. Apparently it's a common Cantonese transliteration of Yi used in ABC. Yi? Maybe I'm not that good as I'm not that good in Cantonese, so maybe. Oh guys, CC has not been open for the whole stream. I'm gonna cry. Yeah. Oh, I didn't open up CC for the longest time. I'm gonna cry. I forgot. I cannot believe. I need to etch it into my brain. Open up C. You know, I'm gonna fucking make a note for it. God damn. Open up CC. Open up this closed caption. Very important. How did I even? I don't even know. It's been like a year. I'm still forgetting about it. Steam people. No. I'm not the one farting. Ip Kaiman. Yeah, Ip Man I know lah. Ip Man 一個打10個. Something like that. 我要10個 and then he won. It's like the coolest thing ever. His surname is Yip. After you apply transliteration. Oh, hi Merm. Oh my god, it's a rolling Kobold. Yip man. Yip man. 我係 Yip man. 我要打10個. Leia. Yep. It's cancel yeah, yep. But then yep is yap in Hakka. I think it's either Hakka or Hokkien is yap. So yap sing long or something like that. I don't know. Ye wun ye wun. So yeah, the word yeah. Yeah is Mandarin pronunciation. It's interesting. There's actually yip. Yip man. How's the Kobold doing? How the Kobold's doing good. Oh no, the music's starting to get cursed. I love the cursed version of the music. Oh no. I love it though. But oh no. Oh, there's a lot of people playing Final Fantasy 16. The game, the game looks really beautiful. And sadly, I don't think my PC can handle it, like, at all. Too bad. I mean, I played Final Fantasy 15 back then on my sister's account. The game, I don't know if it interests me as much. I mean, at first the fight is really good, and then after the Leviathan fight, the Leviathan fight is like gives me goosebumps, and then after that shit just goes down. It's like getting so boring. It went from action to Metal Gear Solid somehow. Suddenly the game wants me to do stealth. It's like, what the hell? Right? Although I don't play a lot of Final Fantasy, so I can't say much. It's the only Final Fantasy that I played to say, yeah. PC only must be good enough so we can see you. I don't know, like even Street Fighter, I'm struggling with the lowest of low potato settings, so I don't know when. I mean, RE Engine is like super optimized, and then you have whatever engine that Square Enix is using for Final Fantasy 16. That shit is very, very intensive. Like, very intensive. It's so scary. But I don't know. The game does looks good though. Look at the music. It's so cursed. Oh. Well, speaking of Final Fantasy 16, Botster is playing it. You can have worse than potato. You can have celery. Oh, I don't like the taste of celery. I don't like the taste of celery. Also, you guys want to hear mega fart? It's so loud. Celery is a hit or miss for me. I don't know. Is celery 香菜? Oh my god, legs. Oh, yeah, I mean, it's not 香菜, but it's 芹菜. I don't think I can handle the taste of 芹菜. Yes, it is. So it 芹菜香菜差不多呢。芹菜香菜 I cannot. If I bite into it, I actually vomited once. Based on the prep, I don't think I can handle it. Raw celery, I cannot. Cooked celery, I cannot. Celery is okay, mostly for adding for recipes though. That's fair. Just one stick at most, one yip at most. Just one yip. One yip of celery? I'm enjoying this music. I cannot wait to play Doom 2, to be honest. I want to play Doom 2. This music is so hype. Oh no. Ants on the Log is neat, even though I never really had it. Ants on the Log? Is that a delicacy? Ants on the Log. It's a food! It's a snack made by spreading peanut butter, cream cheese, ricotta cheese, and other spread on celery, pretzels, or banana, and placing raisins on top. And that's Ant on a Log. That's kinda cute. The snake and its name are presumed to be from the 1950s. The classic peanut butter version of Ant on the Log is recommended as a healthy snack by the McKinley Health Center. Wow, I didn't know. I thought it's like literal ants on the log. Typically it's peanut butter and raisins. That's minus the celery, it sounds good. Can I just not put celery? I can... No. I don't want it to be on the celery. No. Not the celery! Pretzel, please, maybe? Maybe put it on pretzel, I guess? I don't want celery. I'm gonna do art tomorrow. I'll see if I can finish it tomorrow. I think it's just putting in tongue, putting in eyes. I mean, I already put in eyes. Tongue and teeth. And after that, just put in some textures and it should be good. Oh yeah, I should show some progress. Just in case you guys are not here last time. Here. What about Brussels sprouts? What is Brussels sprout? There's so many... English is hard, man. Is it 竹笋啊? Brussels sprout. 包子芥兰? 包子芥兰? 球芽芥兰?
球芽甘蓝
Oh, 甘蓝. 球芽甘蓝? I don't know what that is. Maybe Google Translate sucks. Okay, let me search for images. Brussels sprout. Brussels sprouts in Malay? Maybe I know. Pucuk Brussels. Shut the fuck up, man. Pucuk Brussels? Oh, this is good. Oh my god, this is so fucking good. Yes. Oh my god, this is the best thing ever. Dude, I want to eat this. With garlic? Oh my god. With 蚝油? 蒜米蚝油. Or if you want 蚝油跟姜鱼仔. 蚝油姜鱼仔, 放一点姜. With Brussels sprouts, I think that's pretty good. I don't know what 蚝油 is, to be honest. Fish sauce? Like we need the Lee Kum Kee punya I don't know if it's actually fish sauce. Maybe it is. It's very hard to find good ones, good tasting one in SG. Very common to have it soggy and it's very yeah, when it's soggy it does taste a little weird. Aha, oyster sauce, yeah. Lee Kum Kee oyster sauce. Put it in. And then add some ginger, like a tiniest amount of ginger. If you want, it's either garlic or anchovies. Dried anchovies, by the way. Dried anchovies, and then just, yeah, cook them. Add some water to it. You have yourself a good Brussels sprout. It's really good. It's the simplest one I can think of, and I think it's gonna work fine. oyster sauce itself is so versatile. You can just cook any. I wouldn't say any, but most vegetables with. Like you can 周叶菜、包菜、长包菜 money maybe not money 菜 okay 芥兰花白芥兰花菜花那个白兰 I guess. Don't boil Brussels sprouts, bake or fry, sure. No, not boil. What do you call them? Stir fry? Yeah, stir fry, not boil. I mean put a little bit of water to it so it has a little bit of like the moist. Don't boil Brussels sprouts, it's gonna cry. No. Yeah, yip your veggies. Yeah, stir fry good in general. You're gonna have the wok hei and then everything's gonna taste good. Wok hei, if your fire is big enough and then the wok has the smoke coming out from it, it's like yeah. Favorite zi cha? I don't know what zi cha is. Zi cha? Huh? Zi cha? Oh, here we are talking about food again. Talking about food good while listening to the jank running from Devil. Did you say Brussels sprout bacon? Oh, with bacon. I was like, how can you replace bacon with Brussels sprouts? Like, what the fuck? Singapore thing. Oh, food is great to be prepared. Yeah. Now I'm just hungry and something else. Wink wonk. I am you guys don't know, but I'm trying my best to hold composure. If you know, you know. If you don't know, it's fine. Just forget what I said. Don't forget badminton. Oh yeah. Oh my god, it's 5:30. Yeah. Monster? Maybe monster? Yeah, why not? Bot good. You know what? I will. Okay. I'm just gonna plug something real quick and yeah. Bernie, come here, Bernie.
I am once again asking for your financial support.
Thanks, Bernie. And then I have my Discord and stuff. Discord, I have Dragon Simping Corner. I'm not posting as much over there. I'm not a true Kobold. I need to post more in Dragon Simping Corner. And also, I have my socials. Did I just type socials? Socials, this my YouTube and stuff. Nita, hi. Wait, let me adjust my seat. I need to constantly adjust my seat today. I need to buy a new chair soon. Konnichiwa. How is the cute bird doing? Have I mentioned that I enjoy your voice, to be honest, Nita? I hope this is not too weird. We can raid, but yeah. Compatible? Oh yeah, I forgot about compatible. Okay, let me type the raid. Someday I want to play Street Fighter again. This time I try to disable VSync. and see if my PC can handle it. Ken Skater. Ken Skater, hi. Welcome. I'm gonna raid though because there's badminton afterwards. I have to run. I have to go get dinner. Let me type in the raid real quick. Oh my god, the music is so jank. I love it. Wow, thanks, Lex. Get that Goodminton? Yeah, I should probably call it Goodminton. Badminton doesn't deserve to be called bad. We've been slapping the shuttlecock so much already. Like how can you even call it bad at that point? Sorry. So sorry. I will go calm down, and here comes the raid to Botster. Oh, before the raid though. Tomorrow, let's do art. I'm gonna try to finish up the model tomorrow. See if I can do it. Right? Oh yeah, I forgot. I said I would show it. I opened up Blender and I didn't even show. Okay, before the raid, let me show you something. This is what I got so far. I probably have to change the eyes as well, but we'll see. I forgot to change the camera. Oh my god. Oh my god. There. So this is what I have so far. I just need to sort of change, not change lah, but I need to add a few things. See, bare bones, no teeth. You need to add the teeth, add the tongue. Sort of texture it, I guess. I don't even need to texture it. I just put the tongue as like the color. And lower down the roughness, and that's it. And then just add the teeth. Golden teeth? Oh. There's something that I still need to change. I changed the snout, the snoot shape, so now it doesn't look too lizard-like. Because at first it was like this, the cheese shape, right? It was too cheese, I think. So I changed the snoot. The eyes, I don't know. I think the eyes is a little bit. I think eyes needs more work. Golden teeth, exploring the reef. Golden teeth. What's going on there? Golden teeth, yeah, golden teeth. Also, I have glazed here. The glaze, half glazed horn, half glazed fin. Absolutely glazed to fuck Farbanact fur. And sports band, by the way. A little marking down here, so that it's not too bare bones, and ass bells. So yeah, this is what I have, and I'm gonna work on this tomorrow. I'm gonna try a Gen stream. Yeah, I'm just showing this one a little bit. The little marking. Okay. I'm just showing the progress. Okay lah. Then I already typed in the raid. So before the raid, I wanna say thank you all so much for joining with me today. Really appreciate all of you. Love you so much. Know that you guys are all loved, valued, and matter. Very valuable. Love y'all. Oh my god. Thanks for stream. Thank you for hanging out as well. Love y'all. Here comes the raid to Potster. Bam. You know what I realized? There's quite a bit of Australian streamers that I looked at. I think Toon Bowl is Australian. The Zeros, I'm not too sure. Bot Hibley Gwydden? Australians? Yeah, let me check my follow channel tab. Okay, maybe those are the ones that's from Australia that's streaming currently. Oh, not streaming currently, sorry. That streams. Kobold raid shinies, yeah. We're raiding there. Thank you, Lex. We're raiding to Botster's channel. I'll post a raid message again. This is a raid message. Of course, if you guys don't have my emote, feel free to use whatever emote you guys have. It's totally fine. Just having fun. We as Kobolds, we're gonna stand together and steal all the shinies. No matter who they are, no matter what shiny they have, it's ours. all shinies are for kobolds, alright? Be safe, everyone. I'll see you guys tomorrow. Bye bye. Same time. Bye 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 bye. Love y'all.